for Altuve last night, and the Astros, they've had a terrific start to their season. They are 30 games over 500, first in the American League West. Carlos Correa, their fine young shortstop, has got the longest hit streak active in the major leagues, a 14-gamer. He's hit over 400 during that hit streak. And down in that sixth spot in the lineup, the veteran Carlos Beltran is hit well against Aaron Sanchez, the tonight's starter for the Blue Jays. He's 4 for 8 with a home run and 4 RBIs. And Aaron Sanchez, first time he's started for the Blue Jays since May 19th.
What a welcome sight to see Aaron Sanchez back out on that mound. He just turned 25 on Canada Day. This is his first start, like you said, since May the 19th. On the DL due to that right middle finger problem that started with a blister and then became a split nail. The American League ERA leader last season. He's been limited to just 5 starts this year. The last pitcher to lead his league in ERA at a younger age was Clayton Kershaw in 2011. So it's great to have Sanchez back on that mound for the Blue Jays.
Well, with Sanchez on the mound, the defense becomes important, especially on the infield. And in the outfield is Pierce, Pilar, and Bautista. Tulowitzki and Goins up the middle. Miguel Montero making his second start for the Blue Jays.
Yeah, he said today, I'm catching everybody for the first time, but the one thing he did pick up on is he said, this guy is intense, Aaron Sanchez. And I said, you got a message for him. He said, hey, let's just establish our fastball early. Don't try and do too much because you know you're going to be excited making your first start in almost 2 months.
Montero is a veteran, and he has been around a while. First time with Sanchez, though. Everyone said, here's the first pitch of the ball game to George Springer. It's in there for a strike, and we are underway. Mike Shipley on the left right there. That's Aaron's father. He and his wife Lynn are in from California to watch this start, and it's been a long wait for them as well. Little flare, Goins back, and it's over his glove into right. Springer with a broken bat base hit to start the ball game.
Shows you the kind of stuff that Aaron Sanchez possesses. Hard fastball. He makes a good pitch. Springer fights it off just out of the reach of Goins. Good effort. Just out of his reach.
Goins back at second base now with Springer at first. He's not much of a stolen base threat. Just 2 stolen bases in 7 attempts. 5 attempts. He is 2 for 5. Here is Jose Altuve. Altuve is a hitting machine. He has 3 hits in each of his last 3 ball games.
That average at .338 with some power. 12 home runs this year. They've been toying with flipping him between second and third, trying to break up these right-handed batters.
That breaks his bat. Donaldson bare hands, fires. Not in time. So Sanchez breaks 2 bats, and the Astros have 2 hits. Sometimes you just can't hit solid enough contact.
Yeah, look, don't get discouraged. Your fastball's got unbelievable movement on it. It's surprising these right-handed batters, first 2 batters, right in on his hands. There's nothing that Donaldson or Sanchez can do with Altuve. He's going to pick up another infield hit.
Nothing but splinters so far for the Astros, and they have 2 on with 2 hits and nobody out. Now you got to get a ground ball at one of these infielders. Here is Josh Reddick. Reddick did not start in the game. Last night he entered the game as a pinch hitter. He pinch hit in the 7th inning against Jeff Beliveau and flew out to left.
Well, he is establishing the fastball early. Got in on the right-handers. Looked like he got the outside corner with that fastball to Reddick. It was called off the plate.
Strike 2, it looks like, but it's 2-0. A couple of good pitches from Sanchez. Doesn't get the call.
And he's doing the right thing. He's stepping back off the mound and just regrouping.
The veteran umpire Dana DeMuth, he is the crew chief behind home plate tonight. Sanchez really getting squeezed here in this first inning. But you're right. All he can do is continue to throw that fastball. He's got good movement on the fastball.
Yeah, he's got a great fastball. It's humming in there. Don't get discouraged. Come back, make better pitches.
There's a strike. It's 3-1 now to Josh Reddick. Nobody out. Springer had a broken bat base hit to right. Altuve a broken bat dribbler to third.
He's got that ability to get ground balls with that hard moving fastball.
Ground ball, Goins to Tulowitzki. There it is, the double play. That's the hardest hit ball of the inning, and it turns into a double play.
One thing about Aaron, he is so intense. You can see how intense he is on the mound, and Tulowitzki going out there to talk to him. Here comes that turbo sinker. And Reddick hits it right on the ground. 4-6-3. Exactly what the Blue Jays needed.
2 outs now. Tulowitzki, boy, he went in after that double play, and obviously I imagine he said, hey, you're throwing good pitches. Don't try to throw better pitches. Just stay right down at the bottom of the zone. This is Carlos Correa, the young shortstop.
You know, it's so easy. You know, you've been waiting a long time to come back out here. You're excited. You've built up your pitch counts. You've gone down and you've done your rehab, and you come out and you feel good on the mound, and the next thing you got 2 on, nobody out. A couple of broken bat base hits. Just stay within yourself.
A couple of breaking balls, and Sanchez falls behind Correa. Carlos Correa had a single in the first inning with 2 outs in last night's game. He finished up 1 for 4 with a walk. Two balls and no strikes. 96 with ease.
Burns it in there.
As we mentioned, Correa hitting .407 during his 14-game hit streak. 15 RBIs and 12 runs scored during that hit streak. Fly ball to center. Pillar's going back at the track, at the wall, and this ball is gone. Carlos Correa, a 2-run home run with 2 outs here in the first. He extends his hit streak to 15 straight in his first at bat.
18th home run. He's now up to 60 RBIs, and he is a star. Going to be going to the All-Star game. He was able to take that fastball that was coming inside. Here's the hard fastball. He broke a couple of bats. This one stayed out over the plate, and Correa hits it out of here. 2 young studs, Sanchez and Correa. They're going to be battling for a long time.
2-0 Houston. Marwin Gonzalez hit a home run last night off Francisco Liriano. Gonzalez, a switch hitter. He was ejected in the 6th inning after he struck out, thrown out by the home plate umpire. Sanchez misses with that breaking ball. Gonzalez has had a terrific season. He's a super utility player. Last night he started in left field. Tonight he's at first base. Gonzalez has made starts at third base, second base, shortstop, left field, and first base. Doesn't mind where they play him as long as he's in the lineup.
Yeah, you usually get these kind of guys who can play different positions, but they can't swing the bat like he can. He's got production. He's got 50 RBIs.
That's a pretty good pitch against Sanchez. Looks away from the home plate umpire. And that curveball looked like it caught the bottom of the zone. 3-1 to Gonzalez. Carlos Correa has given the Astros a 2-0 lead. His 18th home run of the season. Veteran Carlos Beltran, the DH, waiting on deck. Boy, another pitch down at the bottom of the strike zone. Sanchez doesn't get the call, and Montero senses that. Going to go out to the mound. He continues to look back at the home plate umpire. John Gibbons giving it to Dana DeMuth. Sanchez has thrown several pitches that appeared to be strikes right at the bottom of the strike zone.
He's got so much movement on his pitches. And according to the home plate umpire, those pitches are moving so much they're moving out of the strike zone. Miguel Montero did the right thing. He went out there to calm down his starter. Aaron, you can sense that he's getting a little frustrated. Let's see from the side. If it missed, it didn't miss by much.
No.
But you can sense some frustration from Aaron here in the first inning.
Got to keep pitching. He's thrown 20 pitches now, and that tight strike zone has elevated his pitch count here in the first inning. Carlos Beltran falls behind 0-1. Beltran 4 for 8 in his career against Sanchez. There goes the runner. The throw is not in time. Throw was low. It bounced to second base, and by the time Tulowitzki put the tag on Gonzalez, he's in there safely with his 4th steal of the season.
And he's been thrown out 2 times this year. The Astros are an aggressive team, and they will run. Try to put the pressure on you, especially with 2 outs, to get in the scoring position. Tulo was holding it there in case he came off the bag.
Well, that's a great illustration of how close that play was at second. A super slow-mo, tight shot. The ball into Tulowitzki's glove and the late tag. So Sanchez now with a runner in scoring position at second. He is ahead 0-2. Tulowitzki at short, gloves it, fires on the run in time. And Sanchez looking over at Dana DeMuth, and the home plate umpire is looking back. Houston with a 2-0 lead. Has given the Astros a 2-0 lead with his 18th home run of the season. Blue Jays have won 3 in a row, crawling back toward 500. They're 5 games under 500 at 40-45. What a job Jose Bautista has done since he's moved into the leadoff spot. He's currently riding a 5-game hit streak, 7 417 during that hit streak. And down in the 8th spot, Kevin Pillar's got a mini 4-game hit streak going. He's at 500 for his last 4 games with a pair of doubles, a home run, and 2 RBIs. And the Blue Jays are going to face another pitcher like Sanchez coming off the disabled list.
Yeah, he returns to the Astros after missing 39 team games and 7 turns in the rotation while he was recovering from a right lat strain.
Bautista goes after the first pitch. Altuve from the shortstop side, and what a stretch by Gonzalez. Marwin Gonzalez, we told you, he plays all over the field. And right there, he saves an infield hit for Charlie Morton. Good defense by the Astros on the first play they get.
They didn't play very good defense in last night's game. Kicked it around a little bit. It cost them some plays, but Altuve first with the great play, and then Gonzalez, he's able to hit that ball. Altuve, the ball is tailing on him and sticking away from it, and he was able to stay engaged with that bag to record the out. Nice play.
Gonzalez making his 14th start at first base, and Altuve made a terrific play, ranging to the shortstop side of second. 1 out, Josh Donaldson. This is the first time Charlie Morton has ever pitched against the Blue Jays, so the Jays hitters are a little bit on the surveying mode early on, seeing what they're dealing with.
Jose knew something because he went after that first pitch. He's a lot like Aaron Sanchez. He's got that good hard sinker. He can throw it 90, 96 miles an hour. He's also got a four-seamer, changeup, and a good curveball.
Donaldson hits one to right, and that's going to get down. As Josh Donaldson starting to show signs that he's turning things around with the bat. Take a look at the defense last night, as Pat mentioned. A little shaky for the Astros in the field. Aoki is in left field, Springer and Reddick. Bregman at third base, Gonzalez at first, and Evan Gattis is back behind the plate tonight.
And we're going to highlight Jose Altuve now in his 7th Major League season already. He's a 5-time All-Star, a 2015 Gold Glove winner. And one more time on that play by Bautista. He's in the shift. Now he's over by the shortstop when he makes this throw. Shows you the special talent he is at second base.
Justin Smoke takes the first pitch strike. Morton. Smoke just under 300 at 299. Pulls that breaking ball foul. There are some Blue Jays in this lineup that have faced Morton in the past. Miguel Montero actually has the most at bats against Morton. He's 3 for 13. Great run over the last month for Justin Smoke. Ground ball. Altuve quickly to Correa at second. Back to first, a double play. Just 7 pitches for Charlie Morton in his first inning coming off the DL. Houston has a 2-0 lead.
a little bit earlier this afternoon, it was announced that Roberto Osuna has been selected to his first ever All-Star game. Now, he's actually the youngest J that will ever appear in the Midsummer Classic, about 200 days younger than Dave Steve was when he made his first ASG game. But here's the difference. Of course, Osuna's family here in Toronto now, and more than celebrating with his teammates, he said he enjoyed the accomplishment with those closest to him. By the way, he does plan on bringing his family down to Miami next week. Buck and Pat, back to you.
Thank you very much, Eric, and congratulations to Roberto Osuna to get that all-star bid. And boy, has he been great. He has certainly pitched like an all-star all season long. 21 straight save conversions for Osuna.
Do we have about a half hour to talk about how well he's pitched? He makes such quick work of the opposition. We don't have much long to talk about him.
Yeah, he was great again last night. Coming in and retired at top of the order. 1, 2, 3. Sanchez falls behind Evan Gattis, who's catching tonight. Gattis making his 31st start behind the plate. Three and 0.
Aaron had his final rehab start last Sunday. He threw 76 pitches in that game for Buffalo and said he felt fine. The thing you worry about is how was the finger. I asked him yesterday how he was. He said no issue, not one.
Yeah, it's been a long time coming. 3 separate stints on a disabled list, and such high expectations for Sanchez after that great season he had a year ago, 15-2, and he led the American League in ERA with a ERA at 3.00. He pulls that one down and away and walks Gattis.
Super Slow-Mo Cam. Brought to you by the Samsung QLED, the next innovation in TV.
So the number 8 hitter, Alex Bregman, a third baseman. And this lineup just keeps coming at you. 260 with 8 homers and 27 RBIs for the young third baseman. There's a strike.
That's the thing. They've got some young players, lots of young players, and more on the way. They have so many young players, they're able to rest 3 players today who were in the lineup yesterday. So they can space it out, give them a little bit of a blow against Aaron.
Sanchez will go to first and retire Bregman. Gattis moves up to second on the out.
You know, you were mentioning about Sanchez and how frustrating it's been because of what he had done last year. He was saying that after the season I had last year, I went back to work in the offseason and worked hard, just as hard, maybe even harder than I did the previous offseason to prove to everybody that 2016 was not a fluke. I mean, he went right into the weight room. He got stronger, said he was feeling good. And the frustrating part about it is that little bit of a finger issue that has set him back 3 different times on the disabled list.
This is Nori Aoki, the left fielder. Aoki signed as a free agent in the offseason. They brought him in here to get some stability. Another left-handed bat. He can put the bat on the ball. 65 for the season. Gattis at second. Blue Jays playing the infield straight away, the outfield slightly opposite for Aoki.
Shortened up just a little bit. He doesn't have a whole lot of power. He just sprays the ball around the field. You're going to have to throw a strike. He's got good eye, tracks the ball.
Aoki was actually selected off of waivers from the Seattle Mariners in November. And he has spent plenty of time in the big leagues. This is his 6th season. in the major leagues. He's 35 years old. Began his career in Japan. John Gibbons had a chat with Dana DeMuth, the home plate umpire, after the first inning.
You can see Aaron again. He's shaking his head, saying that last pitch was a strike. You got to stay with me with that fastball.
2 walks in the inning, 3 in the ball game. Sanchez was all over in the strike zone in the first inning, but it's been a little different story here in the second.
Aaron Sanchez had quite a season last year. On this date in 2016, he had made 17 starts. Outstanding earned run average. Look at the team record, 11-6. This year he only has 2 wins. That's 9 more wins last year at this time for the Blue Jays, all by himself.
George Springer had a broken bat base hit to right his first time up. He scored on the Correa 2-run home run. Sanchez gave up back-to-back singles to Springer and Altuve to start the game, then got Reddick to ground into a double play before Correa hit the home run with 2 outs. Fly ball to right and deep, and this one's going to go. Springer has hit a 3-run home run here in the second. For Springer, that's his 26th home run. 3 RBIs pushes his RBI total to 58.
As a leadoff hitter, and that's the most home runs. He's now tied Brady Anderson for the most home runs out of the leadoff spot before the All-Star game. 26 home runs as a leadoff hitter. Anderson did it in '98 when he was with Baltimore. Fastball down the middle, and Springer hits it out to right field. The Super Slow-Mo brought to you by the Samsung QLED, the next innovation in TV.
Now Altuve takes a strike. 5-0 Houston on a couple of home runs. Altuve, a base hit, a broken bat base hit to Donaldson at third. As we mentioned, he's had 3 hits in each of his last 3 games. 9 for 15 coming into this game. Breaking ball. Tulowitzki can't make the plate. Altuve's got 2 hits already.
2 hits and 2 at bats. He can handle any pitch. One of the pitchers we saw last night was a sinker down and away with 2 strikes. He just flicked his wrist, got it into the outfield and right field. What he can handle is any pitch at any time. But over the last 9 games for Altuve, look at where all these pitches are and take a look at all the different colored dots we have on there representing changeup, curveball, fastball, sinker, slider. So he can handle anything wherever you pitch it. He's got great hand-eye coordination. You know what we should ask? We should ask what type of ping pong player he is. Because, you know, you have to have great hand-eye coordination and great hand speed. He's got that.
Josh Reddick batting with 1 out, and Altuve at first. Reddick grounded into a 4-6-3 double play back in the first. Ball 1.
This is a team, the Astros, that keep the pressure on. 5-0. Wouldn't be surprised if we see Altuve take off at some point.
Altuve with 18 stolen bases. As far as the franchise rankings, he is tied currently with Terry Poole, the Canadian, for 5th on the stolen base leaderboard for the Astros. 217 stolen bases, not running here, and there's a strike.
7th year already in the major leagues for Altuve. They will keep the pressure on you.
Well, they have one of the most diverse offensive lineups in all of baseball. Switch hitters, good speed, power hitters, average hitters. They can do a lot of things to beat you. Three and one. All of a sudden, Sanchez having trouble throwing a strike. Tony DeFrancesco is the coach at third base. He's filling in for Gary Pettis, the regular third base coach who has gone under the knife. He's had knee surgery. 3 and 1. Altuve not running. Another walk. 3 walks in the inning, 4 in the ball game. Something Sanchez has never had problems with.
He had built up down in the minor leagues. He's got no pitch count on him tonight. We're just going to watch him normally. He was a little wild down in the minor leagues, but I don't factor in, have that part of the factor. You're down there, you're just trying to get your work in. He said, I was using my curveball in certain counts. I wanted to try and make sure my curveball worked. I was using my changeup. And if you happen to walk a few people, no big deal.
So Carlos Correa will step in. He homered with 2 outs in the first, a 2-run home run to dead center. Oh, nice play by Montero. That hard breaking ball in the dirt. He made a nice stab on the backhand.
So let's start off the guy who hit the home run with a curveball. Spikes it. Nice play by Montero.
Comes back with that same pitch. This one's a strike. It's 1-1. Houston with 5 runs on 5 hits, but the big hit's a 2-run home run by this man, Carlos Correa, in the first, and a 3-run home run by George Springer. Ground ball. Tulowitzki will flip to Goins, and Goins wasn't on the base. Boy, oh boy, Tulowitzki's momentum had taken him right toward the bag, and Goins anticipated he was going to step on second. But then he flips to Goins, who had backed off the base, and all hands are safe.
He was anticipating Tulo taking that one by himself and finishing it off. Anytime the shortstop's momentum is taking him to the bag, which this one does, you'll see him take it himself, but Tulo flips it and there's nobody there.
Taylor made double play ball, and you can see Tulowitzki thought Goins was going to be on the bag, and Tulo, we have seen him go right to the bag on that play time and time again, but they got their wires crossed. It's an error charged to Goins. That's a tough error. Fielder's choice for Correa. And B. Walker going to get somebody started down in the bullpen. Bases are loaded. Marwin Gonzalez. Mike Bolsinger first up for the Blue Jays, and we're in the 2nd inning.
Blue Jays made a roster move today, sending Dominic Leone to the minor leagues, electing to keep Bolsinger and Lucas Harrell, guys who are stretched out and give you multiple innings just in case.
Made that roster move, of course, to activate Aaron Sanchez. Ground ball. Goins will go to first. A run comes in as Gonzalez picks up an RBI on the ground out. And it's 6-0 Houston. For Gonzalez, RBI number 51.
Take those runs up any way you can. That's unfortunate because they should be out of this inning. A double play ball off the bat of Correa.
So now Beltran will be the 9th batter to bat this inning. There have been 3 walks in the inning. and a 3-run home run. Sanchez has thrown 49 pitches. That pitch count elevated by the 4 walks and a very conservative strike zone. Sanchez has thrown quality pitches right there at the bottom of the zone early on in this game and not gotten the calls from Dana DeMuth. Ball and a strike. Two and one. The one positive thing you can get out of this, I have not seen any indication whatsoever that Sanchez is concerned with that finger.
Yeah, that was a big problem in his 3 previous starts, that he would look at it after, 2 or 3 pitches. Nothing today. Right now, he's just fighting it. It's been a frustrating start to his season. Said he really wanted to build off of what he did last year.
Beltran bounces it off home plate. Goins is not going to have a play. An infield hit for Beltran. Reddick comes in to score. And that one hit right off home plate, went sky high, and Goins had a do-or-die opportunity and just couldn't come up with it.
Well, other than the home runs, look at some of these hits. 2 broken bat hits, an infield hit. This one, the last hop was the bad hop for Goins. He was anticipating that thing coming right to him, but it hits the turf, bounce up and away from him. Not much you can do on that one.
So Evan Gattis will bat. Gattis walked to start the inning. Runners at the corners, 2 outs. Aaron's first start since May 19th, and it hasn't gone well. Gattis drives it into the alley. Correa's in to score. Beltran headed toward third. They'll stop him there. Evan Gattis with an RBI double with 2 outs. And that's going to do it. So a disappointing return for Aaron Sanchez. Correa comes in. He scores the 8th Astros run. So Aaron Sanchez, and the look in at the umpire, Dana DeMuth, but he wisely chose not to say anything. Mike Bolsinger will come on with 2 outs and 2 on. Houston with an 8-0 lead. The WestJet Fans Flyaway Contest is on now. Enter for your chance to cheer on the Blue Jays in New York City with WestJet. Go to BlueJays.com/WestJet Contest to enter. Lots of fans on hand in the WestJet flight deck tonight. Mike Bolsinger into the ball game. He inherits runners at second and third with a 2-out situation here in the second.
Second game for Mike since he was called back up to the Blue Jays. He made a relief appearance in New York on the third, got a double play grounder. He has started some games for the Blue Jays, so he is stretched out, and it's one of the reasons why he is up here. The Blue Jays just weren't sure what they were going to get with Aaron Sanchez with the finger issue or how long he could go. So they elected to keep a couple of long relievers in the bullpen, like Bolsinger being one of them, Lucas Harrell the other one. He made 5 starts for the Blue Jays this season.
Alex Bregman takes one high. It's 3-0 to the Astros third baseman. Three and one now. Beltran's at third, and an infield RBI single, a bouncing ball off home plate. Evan Gattis then delivered an RBI double to the alley in left center.
That's 44 consecutive games with a double for the Astros. That's a franchise record. You touched on that yesterday about hitting a lot of doubles and what that does to the pitcher. It just keeps guys in scoring position constantly.
Bregman strikes out on a high fastball, and that ends the inning. But Houston sends 11 men to the plate, scores 6 runs in the top of the second.
Reminder as we welcome you back to the broadcast, the 33rd annual Lady Jays Food Drive is taking place this weekend, and fans are encouraged to donate non-perishable food items, provide monetary donations, or purchase mystery bags for $25 or $40, which will contain a baseball cap autographed by a player, coach, or alumni. Sprott Foundation will be matching all monetary donations throughout the weekend up to $50,000.
Always a great event, and the Blue Jays' wives are involved, and they are receiving those gifts prior to the start of this ball game. So make sure you come on out Saturday, Sunday. It will continue. Kendrys Morales takes the first pitch strike. Blue Jays trail 8-0. A lot of makeup to do. Just got to get some guys on and string some hits together and see what happens.
Yeah, you can't try and get it all back with one swing. You just have to just put some good at bats together like they've done over the last 3 games. Take your walks, take your hits, just chip away.
Well, as we have seen recently, all the right-handers are giving Morales a steady diet of breaking balls.
Down and
pitch, down and in.
Down and in. Lots of breaking balls down and in.
They didn't get that one down, and he hit it hard, but foul.
What's so tough about that pitch is it's hard to keep it fair. Because it's slow, if your timing isn't right, you're going to be out in front of it and you're going to roll over it, and you're either going to hit a weak ground ball to the right side or you're going to pull it foul.
Foul tips it held onto by Gaddis. First strikeout for Morton.
Get fired up for summer with the new Broil King Barbecue from Home Hardware. Here's how.
The roof is closed at Rogers Center, and there are threatening skies in the area. Steve Pearce bats with one out. Pearce is hitting fifth tonight. Pearce been swinging the bat well of late, average at 256.
Getting his starts against right-handed pitching now. John Gibbons elected to play him and showing some power.
He's had success against Morton in the past. Pearce is 3 for 3 going up against Charlie Morton. Popped up, shallow right field, long run for Reddick. He's not going to get it. Pearce is headed for second, and that wasn't a good decision. 8-0, and Pearce gets thrown out trying to advance after he had a bloop base hit. Reddick got on it. He made a dive. Ball didn't go far away from him, and Pearce is thrown out.
You know, you want to play hard, but you're right. Being down 8-0, you want to be very conservative. Coaches will say, hey, one base at a time. Reddick gets off of his glove, and when it goes off of his glove, it doesn't go very far. Altuve's there, and Correa puts the tag on him, thinking he can make it right there. You could see him saying, oh my goodness, this is not going to turn out well.
Correa stayed with that tag and tags him out. So it's a base hit for Pearce. He's out trying to advance to second. Altuve to Correa. 2 away for Troy Tulowitzki. Inside.
Charlie Morton looks to be all the way back from that lat strain that he suffered back in May. Throwing a lot harder this year. His strikeout rate is up to almost 10 per 9 innings since he has come over to Houston. His career strikeout per 9 was 6. Now it's right around 10.
Signed as a free agent, and you can see he's pounding that strike zone early in this game. Tulowitzki pulls it foul. Charlie Morton is 33 years old. Began his career with the Atlanta Braves, pitched a year in Atlanta in 2008, made 15 starts at a 4-8 record. Then he went from Atlanta to Pittsburgh in a deal that took Nate McLouth from the Pirates to the Braves.
Jeff Locke was in that trade also.
Full count. Morton spent 7 years with the Pirates. Made 142 starts over those 7 years. He's also pitched with the Phillies and now the Astros. Bouncing ball toward third. Bregman on the run, fires, and it's not in time. An infield hit for Troy Tulowitzki. Let's check in with Jamie Campbell. Tampa Bay, they beat Chris Sale last night, and they are trailing early in this game tonight. Tampa Bay got some good news as far as the All-Star team. Chris Archer was added to the American League All-Star team. His second All-Star appearance.
So just a couple of days before the break, people injured, so there are some replacements. There's also some pitchers who are throwing on Sunday, so you have to replace them, and that's why you saw the changes today.
7 added to the All-Star game. 6 in the American League and 1 in the National League. Yu Darvish, Michael Fulmer, Clayton Kershaw, and Corey Kluber all starting on Sunday, so they will be replaced. They'll still make the All-Star team, but they won't be available to pitch. Roberto Osuna, the 22-year-old, will make his first All-Star team. This is Miguel Montero. Montero playing in his second game with the Blue Jays.
With his National League background, he's faced Morton in the past.
It's a high fly ball. Left fielder Aoki makes the play, and the inning is over. Blue Jays get a couple of hits, but they strand a base runner. Houston with a big lead early.
Eric Thomas here, welcoming you back to the Jays broadcast. And the world of esports has found its home in Canada. Hosts OJ Borg and Jason Kaplan bring you highlights, recaps, and player profiles every Wednesday, 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 for those of you out west on Sportsnet 360. And don't forget, you can stream it live on Sportsnet now. Back to the booth.
Thank you very much, Eric. Have a good crowd on hand for this Friday night game. And Houston has jumped out early. 2 in the first, 6 in the second. They have an 8-0 lead. The left fielder, Nori Aoki, will lead things off. Aoki walked and scored last time up. Pops this one up right near the mound. Donaldson, the third baseman, is there, and he makes the catch.
This 4K broadcast is brought to you by the Samsung QLED, the next innovation in TV.
Givens and Russ Martin having a chat in the dugout. Bolsinger delivers a strike to George Springer. Springer is 2 for 2 with a 3-run home run his last time up.
Looked like he was starting to get it going last night. In his last at bat, sent Pilar back to the warning track in center field in the 9th inning. Today, A couple of hard hit balls.
Springer's in his 4th season with the Astros. He came up in 2014. Got into 78 games and actually finished 8th in the Rookie of the Year voting that year. He had 20 home runs in his first taste of big league action. Boy, he waits on this one and drills it to the alley in left center. He is headed for second base with his 3rd hit in 3 at-bats. Springer is 3 for 3, and there's another double for the Astros.
Triple shy of the cycle now. We're only in the 3rd inning. He's the first Astro to have at least 25 home runs since the break. Before the break, since Lance Berkman had 29 that did it in 2002. Mike Bolsinger's best pitch is a curveball, and Springer waited back on that one and hit it hard.
Springer was hitting .213 on the 25th of April. And he has turned things around. He's up to .305 now with 3 hits in the game. He's raised his average 6 points in 3 at-bats. Jose Altuve is 2 for 2. Both singers ahead 0-2.
These two guys, Springer and Altuve, they just came off of their trip down to Atlanta, and they were hot. They were 13 for 20 in the 2 games down in Atlanta.
There's a little number down the 3rd, and Altuve is going to have another infield hit. He's had 2 rollers to 3rd tonight, both for base hits. That's 4 straight games now with 3 hits.
And we're only in the 3rd inning. Yeah, that 2-game set. Springer and Altuve were a combined 13 for 20 with a couple of home runs, 3 doubles, 10 runs scored, and 8 RBIs. Tonight, they're 6 for 6. Josh, playing it halfway, still has no chance to get Altuve. Just runs too well.
With that 3rd hit, he has now set a new club record for consecutive 3-hit games with 4. I mean, there's not many offensive records that you can't find his name on the leaderboard.
Or when he retires, he's going to be up there. They've had some great players over the years down in Houston.
Altuve is just 27 years old. This is his 7th big league season. And with the 3 hits tonight, he has 1,159 hits. He's leading the American League in hits with 113, and he's led the league the last 3 years. 225, 200, and 216 respectively over the last 3 seasons.
A couple of batting titles.
There's another base hit. Reddick pulls it into right. Springer comes in to score. I tell you what, you can see the difference in this ball club with a good night's sleep.
Yeah, last night they were kicking it around. Came in here with the best record. They're 30 games over 500. Last night they kicked it around. Remember, they got to their hotel around 5 o'clock in the morning. Today, they are swinging it. They're number 1 in the American League in average in runs, hits, doubles, home runs, RBIs, sacrifice flies, slugging percentage, on base percentage, and they're showing you why tonight.
Carlos Correa got everything started with a 2-run home run in the first. A home run number 18 for Correa. Tulowitzki at short, flips to Goins, back to first, a double play. Second double play turned by the Blue Jays, but the Astros get another run. 9-0 as we head to the bottom of the 3rd.
a little bit earlier this morning. Here at Rogers Center in front of 150 children and their families, a great Osuna Martin end-of-game ritual reenacted by Ace and one of the campers. All part of 2 great fun days for everyone involved. Buck and Pat, back to you.
Thank you very much, Eric. Indeed, the Challenger baseball program got a chance to play right here this morning at Rogers Center. I met some of those players in my hotel this morning, and they all had a big plaque acknowledging their participation in that Challenger baseball game. And great move by Jays Care. They've done a terrific job across Canada, giving youngsters an opportunity to participate in many activities.
I like how they're paying attention, seeing Russell Martin and Roberto Osuna enact their end-of-game celebration.
Kevin Pillar fouled off the first pitch and goes after that pitch. Pillar's got a 4-game hit streak. Kevin had a great start to his season, and him in the leadoff spot for the early part of the season with a 4-game hit streak. His average now at 258. Reaches for that outside breaking ball. The Astros, in their 5th season in the American League, they switched leagues in 2013. And they went through quite a drought. When you look at their record going back to their World Series year, they lost to the White Sox 4 straight in the World Series in 2005. They finished next year in 2nd place in 2006. It was a bouncing ball for Bregman at 3rd. Pillar is out. But then they went through a real tough stretch. They won 56 games in 11, 55 in 12, 51 in 13. And with that, they got a lot of...
Excuse me, but watch Kevin Pillar. Watch this helpless feeling. He asks for time and he doesn't get it. That's with 2 strikes. I mean, that could have been strike 3. Kevin's still shaking his head over that. But you were talking about Houston and the problems that they went through once they came to the American League.
Well, they had that 51-win season their first year in the American League. That was in 2013. With that, when you finish down the bottom of the league, you get high draft picks. And they were able to turn those high draft picks into good players, and now they have really developed a strong core of young players that has started to produce at the big league level.
Carlos Correa was #1 overall one of those years.
Goins hits it high to left field. Aoki, the left fielder, right on the edge of the warning track, makes the catch.
Here's another player that they could have had. They had the #1 pick overall. I forget what year it was. They took Appel,
Mark Appel,
the pitcher, and the Cubs had the 2nd pick overall and took Chris Bryant. Could you imagine how fortunes would have changed if Houston had picked Chris Bryant?
That was a pick in 2013. Bryant, as you mentioned, the 2nd overall pick behind Appel. Yeah.
That first of all, it would have changed the fortunes of the Cubs. I mean, who's to say if they would have won the World Series last year without Chris Bryant? And that would have almost not have been fair if he was playing third base on this team.
Well, you've got to hit on your draft picks, and then not only do you have to hit on them, you have to develop them. A.J. Hinch in his 3rd season as the manager has seen this team grow into a legitimate contending ball club. And they have had a great first half to their season.
Hey, it was bad back in those years that you were talking about. You know, the losing, and you worry about setting a bad example with young players, a losing culture, a losing atmosphere, but knowing all along that you're going to bring some of your players up from your farm system and then sprinkle in some of the veterans who have won other places to help them get over the hump.
The Astros do some old-fashioned things. They have kangaroo court. They've had team dinners. They've had about 6 team dinners already this season. They have an award. They've got the WWF wrestling belt that they award to a play of the game. Nice play by Bregman. He barehands it and throws Bautista out. Quick inning here in the third. 3 up, 3 down. Charlie Morton looks good coming off the DL. Bregman is deep at third. Breaks in quickly, barehands it, and fires to first all in one motion to throw out Bautista and end the bottom of the third.
Eric Thomas back here at the Rogers Center reminding you about the Friday Fan Festivals presented by Bacardi. Friday, July 28th, you can join us on our outdoor patio at gates 10 and 11 for a pregame concert featuring Deer Rouge. The patio opens at 4:30, and you can get your tickets at BlueJays.com.
Well, Eric, it's a good party outside on Fridays here at home, the Fan Friday Festivals, and you have to get here early to reserve your Muskoka chair and get a good seat. Marwin Gonzalez walked in the first inning. He was stranded. He had a stolen base. Then he had an RBI ground out in the second.
You know, we were talking last inning about the offense that the Astros have put up so far this year. You know what else they don't do? They don't strike out. They have the fewest strikeouts in the American League as an offense. So they put the ball in play. They have good at bats, and they still have all the great power stats. It's like Kansas City a couple of years ago. Remember, they had a good offense and they never struck out. They were aggressive, but they put the ball in play.
Coming into this game, Carlos Correa has 65 strikeouts. George Springer, the leadoff man, has 83. He's the leader. But Springer has 26 home runs and Correa has 18. Gonzalez fouls it out of play. It's 2-2.
Just too many empty at bats when you strike out. It just kills rallies. But if you put the ball in play like we are seeing tonight by the Astros, this is their third time through the lineup. 22 batters have come up tonight, and they've only struck out one time.
Correa is 22. Bregman is 23. Altuve is 27. And Gonzalez strikes out. One away in the fourth.
See, I told you.
Never fails, does it?
Never fails. Holsinger with a breaking ball gets the first out of the fourth inning with a strikeout.
Jake Marisnick He played in center last night. Arguing with Springer. Springer's 3 for 3. Single, homer, double. Beltran takes the curveball just off the plate inside. Carlos Beltran had an RBI infield hit his last time up. Beltran is the graybeard on this Astros ball club. He is 40 years old, playing in his 20th season in the majors. And you look at his numbers across the board. He's a lifetime .280 hitter with 432 home runs.
432. He just passed Cal Ripken for the major league all-time home run list. Hit that home run last night.
Beltran's in his second go-around with the Houston Astros. And the first time was very significant. He went from Kansas City mid-season in 2004 to join the Houston Astros. And in 70 games in Houston, he hit 23 home runs and drove in 53 runs.
But he made his money in the playoffs that year.
In the division championship series against Atlanta, he hit .455. In the National League Championship Series against St. Louis, he hit .417. He hit 8 home runs in the postseason and turned that into a lucrative contract with the Mets.
With the Mets, it showed that he can play in the big game. Not to say that he couldn't before, he just never got the chance, but it showed that he could take it to the next step. He is, in my mind, right on the cusp of being Hall of Fame worthy. When you look at all of his numbers over the years.
2-time Silver Slugger, 9-time All-Star. Goins playing in shallow right field, throws to first. Beltran's retired.
You know, if he stays in shape and he wants to keep playing, he's 39 years old at the beginning of this season. He's had 18 years in the big leagues. He's got an outside chance, if he wants to keep playing, of getting 3,000 hits. Entering this year, he had over 2,600 hits in the big leagues.
He's got 2,682 hits with a hit tonight. Evan Gattis has walked and had an RBI double in his 2 plate appearances. He had a leadoff walk in the second against Aaron Sanchez, and that started that 6-run inning. Houston would send 11 men to the plate in the second inning and scored 6 runs. Ball on a strike. High breaking ball for strike 2. Curveball, and Gattis took in the dirt. It's now 2-2. Aaron Sanchez started this game. He went an inning and 2/3. He was charged with 8 runs, 5 earned runs. He walked 4 and surrendered 2 home runs. Pat, in the first inning, he looked like vintage Aaron Sanchez. Threw the ball well, but just got squeezed a bit. Bolsinger has a good inning. He retires the side in order as he walks off the field. Blue Jays are down big. This field level action cam is brought to you by the Samsung Galaxy 8. Unbox your phone. Enjoying those big comfy green chairs in the TD Comfort Zone are guests from one of TD's community partners. Beauty Tone, Canada's color experts, available exclusively at Home Hardware and Building Center locations. Josh Donaldson will lead things off for the Blue Jays. Donaldson had a base hit into center field his first time up.
I had a chance to talk to Josh around the batting cage today, and I was asking him about that 3-0 pitch, and he said, you know, I just wanted to barrel up that ball. I know McCullers is tough. That was probably the best pitch I was going to see. And I said, well, explain to me in your terms what barreling up the ball means. Saying, let the ball travel just a little bit more. Think about left center field to right center field, and then make solid contact. And I think you're starting to see Josh Donaldson get his timing back at the plate just a little bit more. He says it's coming. It's getting there. He goes, I know my swing better than anybody, and I know it's getting there.
Takes that pitch inside. It's 3-1. Very challenging for Donaldson. He missed 38 games early in the season with that calf injury. He says he came in this game with 155 at bats.
Yeah, and he was saying that too, that I just don't have the at bats that I normally have, and my swing starts with my legs. And there's a big timing mechanism with my legs, and it's starting to get there.
Well, Donaldson has been on base twice. He takes the walk to lead things off here in the fourth. Justin Smoak grounded into a double play to end the first. Breaking ball for a strike. Like a pretty good pitch, and Smoak now with a 1-1 count.
Justin's become a better breaking ball hitter this season. Patient at the plate.
Fastball inside, 2-1.
He has gotten off to a great start, and he just keeps hitting. Last night had a base hit.
Breaking ball cut on and missed. It's 2-2. Charlie Morton spent his first 9 seasons in the major leagues pitching in the National League. Spent 2008 through 2015 with Pittsburgh, and last year he was with Philadelphia. Morton strikes out on a nasty breaking ball down and in.
Well, that's his best pitch, that hard curveball. Picks up his second strikeout.
The Honda Checkered Flag event is back. It's the best time to find a Honda you'll love.
Friday night at Rogers Center. Blue Jays won last night in the opener of this 4-game series, 7-4. Francisco Liriano with the win. Roberto Osuna picked up the save, his 22nd of the season. Kendrys Morales, the DH, he struck out his first time up.
Little cutter right in on his hand. He's getting about half of his strikeouts on that curveball, the one we just saw from Smoak. And it's a good one.
Fastball foul back. No balls and 2 strikes on Kendrys Morales. Houston with 9 runs on 10 hits. They've also drawn 4 walks. Bounced foul.
Early in his career, Morton, they wanted to improve his downward plane on his pitches, get him going more towards home plate. It works. He's got a great sinker and a curveball. Those are 2 pitches as a batter. You got to deal with one either coming into you or one going away from you, either if you're a lefty or a righty. Throwing a couple good cutters tonight. Throws a lot of strikes too.
Yeah, and he works quickly. And obviously, when you have a 9-run lead, why wouldn't you work quickly? Want to keep everybody engaged behind you. Morton made 4 starts last year with Philadelphia. Then he suffered a hamstring injury on the 24th of April running the bases. He missed the rest of the season.
Astute signing by Houston, and it was early in the offseason too that they signed him. It was in November. The Astros signed him as a free agent. Everybody said, well, what's that all about? Well, their numbers told them that they'd be pretty good with this team.
As a ground ball, Altuve quickly to Correa, back to first in time. Second double play Houston has turned tonight. We'll go to the 5th. It's all Houston early on. Now time for a Blue Jays Central update. Here's Jamie Campbell with Greg Zorn from the Samsung broadcast studio.
MLB.TV Premium is back and better than ever. Watch every out-of-market regular season game live on over 400 supported devices. Plus, get a free subscription to @Bat Premium, the #1 app for live baseball. Blackout and other restrictions apply. And as always, you can visit MLB.TV for details.
That's going on around the baseball world as the Blue Jays trail 9-0 here as the Astros are batting into 5th. Milwaukee in New York taking on the Yankees. They have a 2-1 lead, bottom of the 4th, and Milwaukee's trying to win their 5th straight game for the first time since 2015. Brewers are for real.
They can hit.
Milwaukee can really hit.
We saw them early in the season. We said, okay, well, they got a few hits, and Eric Thames, he's okay. Well, Eric has started hitting and he's never stopped. Got some good young athletes on that team.
Travis Shaw's had a great season in Milwaukee. Junior Guerra, Jordan Montgomery, the pitching matchup in New York. Milwaukee, one of the hottest teams in baseball. They've won 7 of 8. And the Yankees have lost 16 of 22. Brewers, as we mentioned, trying to win their 5th straight game. something they haven't done since 2015. Brewers are second in the majors in home runs. Got 133 home runs. Just trailing the Astros. There's a fly ball looped into left, and that's going to drop over the head of Tulowitzki, and Bregman is going to get to second. Never letting up. Pierce was deep in left field. That ball was a pop-up in shallow left center, and it dropped safely for Bregman, his first hit of the night.
Not every double is a gap shot all the way to the wall. Sometimes you hit it off the end of the bat and then let your legs do the rest. Steve Pierce wasn't going to make this catch. And there are those tricky hops off of the artificial surface. Bregman's going to leg this one out really without a throw.
That's his 20th double. Aoki takes a strike. Pulled on the ground. Goins in the outfield. Goes from his knees in time to get Aoki. One away.
Super Slow-Mo Cam. Brought to you by the Samsung QLED, the next innovation in TV.
The leadoff man, George Springer. And what a start to this game he's had. He singled in the first and scored. He had a 3-run home run in the second and had a double in the third. It's a high fly ball to center. Bregman walking back to tag at third. He will score easily as Springer has another RBI with the sacrifice fly that gives him 4. Let's check in with Jamie Campbell. D-Man Choi's got some power. We saw that firsthand as he connects for that home run off Junior Guerra.
456 feet, I think, that home run he hit in New York. Over the bleachers.
It went way back up there in right field.
They've been looking for first base help. They have had a lot of problems at first base this year, and I saw an article that Ryan Cashman was saying they're looking for a first baseman, maybe through a trade.
They have used 10 first basemen this year. Jose Altuve is 3 for 3. He's a tough guy to get out. You heard Greg Zahn talk about him in the Blue Jay Central update, how he puts the bat on the ball. He is a tough out. With 2 strikes, he shortens up, and he just doesn't give anything away. This time he pops it up. Smoke waits on it at first, and he makes the catch. But Houston, once again, they pick up an extra run. They've taken a 10-0 lead.
As part of the Rogers Baseball Dreams campaign, Rogers made 3 lucky fans' dreams come true earlier today as they all got to meet and get some baseball tips from their hero, Marcus Stroman. See what other baseball dreams are coming true this summer at RogersCelebrates.com or by following the hashtag BaseballDreams on Twitter. Let's go back up to the booth with Buck Martinez and Pat Tappan.
Thank you very much, Eric Thomas and Marcus Stroman. He was the host for 3 baseball fans that have to realize their baseball dream and meet Marcus. It's all part of the Blue Jays Baseball Dreams program, and Marcus, he'll take the mound tomorrow, make the start. It all starts at 12:30 Eastern time. That's the pregame show with Jamie Campbell and Greg Zahn. And it's 9:30 Pacific time. Game 3 of a 4-game series to wrap up the first half. Steve Pearce, he singled a little bloop single into right, and then he got a little over aggressive as he tried to stretch it into a double, and he was thrown out sliding into second base. That was back in the second inning.
That was a bad feeling.
Yeah.
You ever do that on the bases where you hit a ball and you say, okay, I'm going to stretch this into a double, and about halfway there you're like, I'm going to be out, and I'm going to be out by a lot.
Yeah, I'd like a do-over right now.
I did that at Exhibition Stadium. I had this brilliant idea that I was going to run on Jesse Barfield. You know, he couldn't throw it a lick, could he?
No,
in the outfield.
That's not a good idea, Pat.
Well, I hit a blooper down the right field line, and I'm like, I'm going for 2.
Pierce hits it sharply. Correa at short handles it smoothly. 1 out. Let's check in again with Jamie Campbell. Well, the Twins won last night against the Orioles, and the Twins scored 6 runs in the 3rd inning. And yeah, that's a nice inning, but the Twins have done that 9 times this year. They've had a 6-run inning 9 different times. It's the highest total in the major leagues. In fact, last year Minnesota scored 6 runs in an inning just 3 times. They are playing good baseball.
Think they're the surprise
of
baseball?
Yeah.
I do. I don't think anybody saw that coming.
I saw Paul Molitor in the spring, and he told me they had like 32 first-time Twins in camp for spring training. They had really turned things over dramatically, and they're off to a decent start.
I was talking to Gibby around the cage today, and we were talking about surprises and things like that. And I said, well, are you surprised about Arizona? He goes, no, we played them last year, and they had some good players, some good hitters. They just had guys who had bad years last year. Zach Greinke said, what they're doing doesn't really surprise me. But he said the team that surprises me is Minnesota this year. And he reminded me, and I forgot about this, that they were terrible last year, but the year before, he said they went down to the last week of the season, almost snuck into the playoffs.
Tulowitzki hits that one high and deep to center, and this one's gone. Troy Tulowitzki, a 1-out home run here in the 5th for Tulowitzki, home run number 6.
You know, just like Josh Donaldson, who missed a lot of time with the leg injuries, his timing is starting to come at the plate. I think you could say the same thing for Troy Tulowitzki. Tulo missed a lot of time with a hamstring injury, but lately he's been swinging a hot bat. That's another multi-hit game for Tulowitzki. Troy had an infield single his first time up, and then blasts that fastball out of here.
Tulowitzki had an RBI single in the 5th inning in last night's game. That snapped a long stretch of at-bats without an RBI, but he's got 2 more hits here tonight. He had 2 hits in each of the afternoon games in New York, Tuesday and Wednesday. Montero hits a fly ball to left. Aoki goes back. Now he comes in to make the catch. Second out of the inning.
Sinker down and away. Tulo stays on his legs and drives that ball out of here. Home run number 6, RBI number 21. Blue Jays are on the board.
Kevin Pillar jumps back from that inside fastball.
Really nice sinker. Charlie Morton had to build back up his pitch count after he was on that disabled list for so long. Made 3 rehab starts, including his last one. That was at AA Corpus Christi on Sunday. He allowed 1 hit pitching into the 5th inning. Through 74 pitches. He said movement-wise, everything was okay. Tonight, his fastball's got a lot of movement to it.
Yeah, it's been up 94, 95 miles an hour with a lot of late sink. Off speed pitch outside.
He didn't get a lot of swing and miss with his curveball in that last rehab start.
Pillar lifts a foul down the right side. That'll drop in foul ground and bounce out of play. 2-2 now. Blue Jays have a run on just 4 hits against Charlie Morton. Houston 10 runs on 11 hits. Tulowitzki with the home run here in the 5th.
Now, the only thing you can do with that last pitch is just take it, because you can't keep it fair. That hard sinker right in on your hands.
Correa snares that line drive off the bat of Kevin Pillar, and the Blue Jays get on the board. Troy Tulowitzki with a solo home run, his 6th of the season.
Jays Cares Girls at Bat program empowers girls and young women to succeed both on and off the field. To get more girls in the game, you can always visit jayscare.com/girls at bat.
Great initiative to get all the girls involved and get them back on the baseball field and doing a lot of things they like to do as well. So we have gotten to the 6th inning. Josh Reddick has scored a run, had an RBI single. He is 1 for 2. He's a nice pickup for this team, too. Veteran player, been around a bit.
You were talking about the things that the Astros are doing to build some team unity, and one of them was that WWE belt. I bet you that's Josh Reddick who brought that over here. We saw him do that with Oakland.
Yeah. There's some team chemistry. They also have a kangaroo court, and they'll hold that on a regular basis, and they have a white wig, of course, and they have the gavel, and they have meetings, they have fines. They, in fact, fined the manager for missing a team dinner. And he said, I gladly paid. But A.J. Hinch left the game in Minnesota because he was sick. Went back to the hotel, and they still fined him.
Tough fine, yeah. And he's happy to pay it. Tough fine. But that's what teams do when you're around each other as much as you are. Baseball players, day in and day out for basically 7 months. You have to do things like that to bring the team together and have some laughs.
3-2, breaking ball, pulled foul. And you do a lot of those things on the road. When they were in Atlanta recently, Brian McCann had the team over to his house for a team dinner. And that's pretty much reflected in their road record at 31-10. Reddick with a 3-2 count. Another foul out of play. Reddick is just 30 years old. He's been around a while. He came up for the first time with the Boston Red Sox, and we talked about the road record for the Astros. 6 games better than the Twins in wins. Bolsinger loses Reddick. A leadoff walk. Drive of the Game is brought to you by the Honda Checkered Flag event. Check out their all-star lineup.
Way back in the first inning with a runner on board, Carlos Correa is going to hit number 18 on the season. His career high was set 2 years ago when he hit 22 as a rookie. He's probably going to bust through that this year. That's number 18. It's all in the first half, and it's also our drive of the game.
Correa was the Rookie of the Year in 2015. As Pat mentioned, 22 home runs. Last year, he hit 20 home runs and drove in 96. Pretty good production for a shortstop.
And at the age of, what, 22, 23?
He's 22.
22.
He turned 23 on September 22nd. You know, and you see these guys on TV, and you say, yeah, that's a pretty good baseball player's physique. He's 6'4" and weighs 215. I mean, he's right there with Alex Rodriguez as far as a young player and how he's going to fill out.
And Cal Ripken. Cal Ripken was that size playing shortstop.
Doesn't have a stolen base attempt this season, but he's got 27 for his career. Chases that breaking ball in the dirt. He strikes out. That's 4 strikeouts for Bolsinger since he's come into this game.
He's done a good job. His best pitch again is that curveball. He could really spin it. Takes Correa by surprise as he bounces it. His longest relief outing of his career was 3 innings. Looks like he's going to get that tonight.
He came in to the ball game with 2 outs in the 2nd. He's got an out here in the 6th. Marwin Gonzalez picked up an RBI in the 2nd inning, his 51st ribby of the season. Gonzalez has had an interesting path to the Astros. Signed by the Cubs as an amateur free agent way back in 2005. And then he was a Rule 5 pick by the Boston Red Sox from Chicago in 2011. He ended up here in Houston. That same day he was drafted in the Rule 5 draft, he was traded to Houston for Marco Duarte. Oh boy, have the Astros found a player in Marwin Gonzalez.
15 home runs. Just over 200 at-bats.
Career high for Gonzalez. He had 13 home runs a year ago. He is also, with the RBI tonight, tied his career high with 51 ribbies halfway through the season.
You know what? To win, you have to have good players. No question about that. But you also have to have good players having big years. And there's a lot of them on this Astro team that are having big years.
Now you look at the averages in the lineup. Springer at 305, Altuve 343, Reddick 315, Correa 318, Gonzalez 316. Those are stupid numbers. And Gonzalez strikes out. Aaron Sanchez made his first start since coming off the DL. He last pitched on the 19th of May, and it certainly didn't go the way he had hoped it would. Inning in 2/3.
I thought he was throwing the ball well in that first inning. His fastball had some good life to it. Didn't get some calls, a couple of broken bat hits to start off the game, and then that home run from Correa.
Yeah, I'm with you. I thought he threw the ball well in that first inning. Got squeezed a bit. Correa hit the 2-run home run to center. And then it really fell apart for him in the second. 3 walks in that second inning, part of a 6-run inning.
That was the best bolt that he gave up in that inning.
Carlos Correa is 1 for 3.
You mentioned he was the Rookie of the Year in 1999. Way back 1999 for Kansas City. He got 26 first place votes. You know who finished second to him? Freddie Garcia finished second. Tim Hudson was on that list. Billy Koch from the Blue Jays that year finished 7th in the American League Rookie of the Year voting. Carlos Lee, who was a good player, was on that list also.
Rosinger strikes out to side. He walked Reddick to start the inning and strikes out Correa, Gonzalez, and Beltran. Go to the bottom of the 6th. Houston with a 10-1 lead.
After 40 seasons, how would you rank the Blue Jays' 40 greatest players? Well, you can go to sportsnet.ca to select your top 40 list, which might include Buck and Pat. Back to you guys.
No, Eric, they didn't say the top 400. They said the top 40.
I didn't see it on the list I voted on. I didn't see yours or my name.
But we appreciate the sentiment, Eric. That's for sure. Bottom of the 6th, Ryan Goins will lead things on. Charlie Morton, I talk about him having a 90-pitch limit as he makes his first start since coming off the disabled list, and he's been very efficient tonight. He's thrown 75 pitches. He's also been pitching with a comfortable lead since the first inning. Makes a little bit of a difference.
Yeah, when you have that, you can take some chances, be a little bit more aggressive. I've been impressed with Charlie Morton. It's the first time I've had a chance to see him up close and personal. I've seen him on TV, and he looks like, hey, I've been around. I know what to do. He's got good movement on all of his pitches.
A lot of life on his pitches, that's for sure. As we mentioned before, Morton is 33 years old. He actually came to the big leagues for the first time with the Atlanta Braves. That was the team that drafted him in 2002. Morton grew up in Connecticut. He was drafted by Atlanta in the 3rd round in 2002 out of Barlow High School in Reading, Connecticut. Popped up left side of the infield. Bregman moves into foul territory and makes the catch.
Buy 6 cans of Beauty Tone paint and get the 7th free. Available exclusively at Home Hardware and Building Center locations. Beauty Tone, Canada's color experts.
Out of the CN Tower and the skyline of Toronto from Center Island. Big swing by Bautista, fouls it out of play. Jose was robbed of a base hit in his first at bat. He swung at the first pitch of the ball game and a ground ball to the shortstop side of second. Altuve was playing in that shift right where he is now. Made a terrific play, and he got a good effort from Marwin Gonzalez with a nice stretch at first.
I got a star on his last at bat too by the third baseman. Bregman came in, made a nice play.
And you see Altuve behind the bag at second, playing Bautista to pull.
Oh, and you got a sinker ball pitcher on the mound like Morton, and you've got 3 infielders on the left side of the infield. You either have to hit it over them or go the other way.
Bautista stays alive. He fouls that ball off, and it's now a 2-2 count. Now you see the infield G fence, 3 infielders on the left side of second.
If you get that sinking fastball, you got to get it up. He's counting on you, hitting it into the ground onto the left side of the infield. Looked like Gaddis wanted that sinker in, and Charlie Morton shook him off. Curveball.
They still can't get their heads together, and Gaddis go, what do you want to throw?
He went curveball, and he said yes, and that's when Jose stepped out, but then he went change-up slider. There it is.
You know, this is something that has really changed. If you and I were playing in a game and it was 10-1, you get nothing but fastballs. That's just the way it is. You would get nothing but fastballs. They say, here, hit it. And now it's not the case. And he walks him in a 10-1 game on a curveball. And then they wonder why games are so long. A.J. Hinch, a former catcher, probably wondering the same thing. So Bautista reaches base once again. He has a 5-game hit streak on the line. He's 0 for 2 with a walk, but that's the 6th walk he's drawn in his last 6 games. Josh Donaldson, a single and a walk so far.
Starting to look a little more hitterish. Josh had that 3-0 base hit last night to drive in a couple of runs. Ended a streak of 35 plate appearances without an RBI.
James Hoyt first went up in the Astros bullpen. Yeah, you mentioned that streak for Donaldson, snapped that 35 straight plate appearances without a ribby. Troy Tulowitzki, he snapped a long streak as well. He was 0 for his last 22 at-bats without a hitting runner in scoring position. He picked up an RBI.
So good signs for some of the players that have been on the disabled list. And the timing's coming around.
Tulowitzki has homered tonight. He has driven in the only run. He is 2 for 2 in this game. Blue Jays have but 4 hits. Boy, they are taking a long time to decide on a pitch in this 10-1 game. Donaldson caught looking at that breaking ball. 2 ways. Let's check in with Jamie Campbell. R.E. Dickey and Max Scherzer, a couple of Cy Young Award winners, 3 Cy Youngs for Scherzer. And when you really think about it, Scherzer won in 13 and 16, and Dickey won in 12. Freddie Freeman picked up his 1,000th hit of his career Thursday. He won't turn 28 until September. He's the 5th Braves player to collect 1,000 hits before he turned 28.
Oh, I bet you there's some big stars on that list.
Some names?
Yeah.
How about the Hammer? Hank Aaron had 1,000 hits at 25 years old. Andrew Jones did it at 26. Eddie Matthews did it at 26. And how about Joe Torre? He picked up his 1,000th hit at 27 years old. That's a pretty impressive list in Braves history.
Some Hall of Famers on that list.
Freddie Freeman played first base last night after playing third base a couple of times. Smoke with an 0-2 count. Ball in the dirt. How about that Braves Nationals game last night? They didn't even start the game. 3 hours late.
The rain delay that didn't rain?
Rain delay. No rain. The game didn't finish till after 1:20. High fly ball into the outfield. Springer calling for it. Reddick is there, and they collide, and I believe Reddick caught the ball, but that ends the inning. Smoke's retired. Blue Jays leave a base runner. 6 complete here at Rogers Center.
Welcome back to the broadcast here at the Rogers Center, where you can find a Jays shop. Well, here in the CF Toronto Eaton Center, they are the official team shops for your Toronto Blue Jays. You can get your authentic alternate red cap and jersey, which are available now. And you can get those at select Jays shop locations at jaysshop.ca or by giving them a call, 1-877-JAYS-SHOP.
Ezequiel Carrera takes over defensively in right field for Jose Bautista. Mike Bolsinger, 4 1/3 innings of work. He has really calmed things down here a bit. He's given up 2 earned runs on 4 hits, has a walk and 6 strikeouts. He struck out Evan Gattis in the 4th inning.
Just the way they drew it up when they made the roster move today.
Dominic Leone was sent back to AAA Buffalo, so Sanchez could be added to the 25-man roster. So they kept Bolsinger and Lucas Harrell, a couple of starters in AAA Buffalo that have the ability to give you extended outings, just like this one. The lefty Jim Beliveau starting to loosen up.
Dominic Leone was throwing the ball really well.
Yeah, he will be back. Got the All-Star break coming up, 4 days off, starting on Monday.
And he had some options, so you don't risk losing them. Blue Jays are playing with a 3-man bench.
B. Walker and John Gibbons probably discussing their next move right now. Jim Beliveau loosening up. Gattis hits it deep to left, and this one's going to go. Evan Gattis, a leadoff home run here in the 7th. That's his 7th home run of the season. 3rd home run for Houston tonight.
Lead the major leagues in home runs. They've hit a couple of them tonight. They got a nice tandem of Brian McCann and Evan Gattis as their catchers. One hits left-handed, one hits right-handed, and Gattis has a lot of power.
Gattis with his 2nd RBI tonight. He had an RBI double in the 2nd. This solo home run in the 7th inning is his 7th home run of the season. And Brian McCann, he has 10 home runs, 43 RBIs. So combined, they've driven in 78 runs. Big production from their pitching core.
Not too shabby.
Third baseman Alex Bregman had a double his last time up. Reaches for that one and hits it to first. Smoke is there. July 7th, 1998. The All-Star game was at Coors Field. The American League won 13-8. The Blue Jays' second baseman, Bobby Alomar, went 3 for 4 in that game. He was named the MVP, hit a home run. The interesting thing about that is the year before, in '97, Sandy Alomar Jr., his brother, was the All-Star game MVP. And of course, Roberto, the Blue Jays Hall of Famer, his name is up on the level of excellence here at Rogers Center. Noriaoki goes after that high pitch and hits it into the seats. So the All-Star game will take place on Tuesday from Miami. And today there were 7 All-Stars added to the rosters, 6 in the American League and 1 in the National League. And out of those 7, 4 are first-time All-Stars, including 2 relief pitchers here in this game, Chris Davinsky for Houston and Roberto Osuna for the Blue Jays. Brandon Kinsler of the Twins was named to the All-Star team, his first appearance.
Chris Archer, Robbie Cano also on that list.
Of course, for Robbie Cano, his 8th All-Star selection. Alex Wood of the Dodgers will pitch for the National League All-Star team. His first selection to the All-Star team.
And we got the news today that Terry Francona will not be at the All-Star game.
Terry Francona has undergone surgery, heart surgery, in the Cleveland Clinic in Cleveland. We certainly want to send our best wishes to Terry Francona. Brad Mills will be the manager of the American League All-Star team, and Kevin Cash, manager of Tampa Bay, will join that coaching staff. Aoki swings and misses. Another strikeout for Mike Bolsinger, his 7th.
Well, how impressive has Mike Bolsinger been tonight? Career high relief appearance in innings. He has struck out 4 of the last 6 batters that he has faced. And remember, the Astros had the fewest strikeouts, their hitters, in the American League.
This ball is drilled to right. This ball is going to go. How about the night for George Springer? His 2nd home run of the night, his 4th hit. He's 4 for 4 with a sacrifice fly, and he's driven in 5.
He is a triple shy of a cycle, and they haven't had a cycle since 2013. With his speed, he's got the ability to do that. He also has the ability to do this. Right field. Another multi-home run game.
2nd time Springer has driven in 5 in a game this season. It's his 4th multi-home run game. And Springer has 27 home runs now.
It's the 7th multi-home run game by an Astro this year.
What a season Springer has had. He has really blossomed into a terrific player. He hit 29 home runs last season. He's got 27 right now. Altuve grounds out to end the inning, but the Astros continue to hammer the Blue Jays. George Springer with a big night.
Outdoor show on earth. Don't miss the Calgary Stampede on Sportsnet 1 as well as Sportsnet Now. Back to the booth with Buck and Pat.
Thank you very much, Eric. Bottom of the 7th inning, new pitcher will come on to pitch for Houston. James Hoyt takes over for Charlie Morton.
This bullpen full of hard throwers. Here's another one. James Hoyt is 1-0 with a 5.23 earned run average. 50 strikeouts and 6 walks for Hoyt. His career strikeouts per 9-inning ratio is the best in club history among pitchers with at least 50 innings. 13 strikeouts per 9 innings.
Josh Reddick moves from right to center as Jake Marisnick takes over. George Springer is out of the game. Springer with a terrific night, 4 for 4 with a sacrifice, pair of home runs, and he finishes up a triple shy of the cycle. Morales takes the first pitch strike. Blue Jays have just 4 hits. Tulowitzki with a solo home run with 1 out in the 5th, and Tulowitzki has 2 of the 4 hits.
Hoyt's a big guy. He stands 6'6", 230 pounds. Originally signed by the Braves, another ex-Braves pitcher. Fastball, slider. He's got a splitter where he hit a lot of those strikeouts that I was talking about.
Bounced foul. 37,333 in attendance for this Friday night game. We'll be back at it tomorrow afternoon. Marcus Stroman will go to the mound against Mike Fiers. Stroman left his last start with a hot spot on his pitching hand, middle finger, as Morales strikes out on the breaking ball.
Happy 150th to our home and native land. Honda, proudly driving Canadians since 1973.
Beautiful shot of downtown Toronto, a couple blocks away from Rogers Center. CN Tower standing tall right next door. Steve Pearce is 1 for 2.
You know what, we were talking earlier about building teams and building through the draft, but it's not always the draft where you get the best players. A lot of times you have to have astute trades, and I think the Houston Astros have done a pretty decent job over the last couple of years of identifying players in other organizations and then having the resources to trade for them. The guy pitching right now, James Hoyt, came from the Atlanta Braves organization with Evan Gattis. They had a trade January of 2015. Michael Fultonavich, we saw him earlier this year for the Braves, the key player going back to the Braves. Gattis has had a home run, a double tonight. Hoyt has been a big arm in that bullpen.
I think the key is, as you mentioned, you have to have a foundation of homegrown talent. And you have to have good players that came up through your system, and they have the pride of playing for your team. And over the years, we've seen that in many, many organizations. It happened right here with the Blue Jays in the early 80s. And it carried right on through those great years, 92, 93, into 94. But when you draft players high in the draft, first of all, you better hit on them. And then you can go out and sign free agents like Woody L and complement them. Identify players from other organizations like Marwin Gonzalez.
You know, it works by winning with other players from other organizations, or if you've got tremendous resources and you can sign free agent after free agent after free agent, or buy players or whatever. But It works, but the true measure of winning consistently year in and year out is having a great farm system. It's been proven for 100 years in baseball. And all the great dynasties, if you will, the Atlanta Braves, what did they win? 14 division titles in a row. They had a great farm system.
Yeah.
Every year they had players, their players coming up year after year. And where does that start? With great scouts. You have to be able to recognize good players, sign them, and then coach them up and develop them in your farm system. So every year you have a chance.
And they grow together and become teams in the minors. And they'll fight for each other and they'll get through tough spots. When you sign a bunch of free agents, they're coming from all different teams and they don't have a relationship. It's hard to bring together that team spirit. And we talked about it earlier with Houston. They've got Kangaroo Court. They've got the WWE Championship belt. They have team dinners. There's a lot of chemistry with this team, and they spend a lot of time together. And you can see it, and we mentioned it earlier, how it's reflected with their great record on the road. That's where you spend the most time with your teammates, when you're traveling away from home.
31-10 on the road. I mean, usually you're like, hey, if we could only play 500 on the road, that's 700 ball on the road.
Tulowitzki bounces it to short. Correa, strong arm. Easy inning for James Hoyt. He retires the side in order in the bottom of the seventh.
Although Aaron Sanchez didn't have the return he would have liked, he will have his own bobblehead afternoon presented by Rogers on Sunday, July 9th. This Sunday, the first 20,000 fans in attendance will receive a Sanchez bobblehead as the Jays take on the Astros 107 first pitch. And you can visit BlueJays.com for ticket information.
Always a popular giveaway when the Blue Jays give away one of their bobbleheads, and that'll take place on Sunday. Jeff Beliveau, he's done a nice job for the Blue Jays since joining the ball club. This is his 14th appearance.
In second in this series, faced one batter yesterday. In fact, it's the batter he's going to face leading off the 8th inning. And Josh Reddick retired him yesterday. He's 1-0 with .397 earned run average. Darwin Barney will take over for Troy Tulowitzki at shortstop.
So Tulowitzki and Bautista have the rest of the night off. Beliveau will work to Josh Reddick. He's had a couple of walks and an RBI single. He's also grounded into a double play. 1-1. Missed with the breaking ball. Belleville was signed by the Blue Jays as a free agent in December. Outside corner. Jeff was drafted by the Cubs back in 2008 out of Florida Atlantic University in Boca Raton. Spent 3 seasons with Tampa Bay, a total of 36 games over those 3 seasons.
He can pitch as long as he wants in the major leagues.
1 away. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership. The Houston Astros lost to the Blue Jays last night 7-4, but they got off to a quick start. They scored 2 runs in the first, and they have put up 12 runs tonight.
So they're right at their average, if you will, in runs per game. Averaging about 7. They're averaging 8 over these 2 games. I was talking about Belleville can pitch as long as he wants. He's just funky enough from the left side. He throws hard enough and throws plenty of strikes. And he's got a curveball. Left-handed relievers like that spend a long time in the major leagues.
Everybody's looking for a lefty that can get lefties out late in the ball game. You bring him in. Maybe he's a situational left-hander. Just face one batter. We got a couple lefties back-to-back in the order.
You know what you're going to have to do? You're going to have to get your breaking ball over for strikes. That's what left on left, if you will. Left-handed pitcher to left-handed batters have in common. The good ones will stay around a long time. Throw that breaking ball against left-handed batters for strikes.
Jesse Orozco, Rick Honeycutt, Scott Downs has a pitch for a long time. Those left-handed specialists. There's a strike.
And just funky enough, like I was saying, hides the ball well. Throws that front arm at the batter, hides the ball.
Correa hits that one into the seats. Carlos Correa got everything going with a 2-run home run in the first. It went to dead center. His 18th home run, 2 RBIs. He now has 60 for the season.
He now has a 15-game hit streak, also the longest for an Astro and longest in the majors this season currently.
Breaking ball off Barney's glove into center field. Correa is headed for second, and he's going to get there standing up. That ball was deflected by Darwin Barney on the dive, and it took all the steam out of it. Didn't go into center very far, and Correa picked up on it. He hustled into second.
And there is another double. A ground ball that he's going to turn into a double. Darwin Barney at shortstop gets a good break on it, covers a lot of ground, slows it down just enough, and then the turf is going to chew it up and keep it away from Pilar and allow Correa with his head up, recognizes that ball is in center field and makes it without a throw.
You know, it's 12-1, but when you approach the game like that, it's going to be second nature. Say you hit a similar ball in a scoreless game late in the game, you end up at second to start a rally. You do that every day, and you're never going to have a letdown. Marwin Gonzalez, he's 0 for 3, picked up an RBI. A couple of strikeouts his last 2 times up.
That's their 4th double tonight. They just had a streak stopped last night by the Blue Jays when it came to doubles in a game. They had 3 games in a row before last night where they had 7 consecutive doubles, or 7 doubles in 3 consecutive games.
7 doubles. Think about that.
Yeah, for 3 straight games.
And we mentioned you got a team that hits a lot of doubles. First of all, you're going to have a lot of runs scored. Secondly, you're always going to have a pitcher pitching out of the stretch. Marwin Gonzalez with a 2-0 count.
That consecutive games with at least 7 doubles, it's only the 2nd time in Major League history that it's ever happened. The 1999 Cleveland Indians did it.
Two and two now to Gonzalez. Well, just think about 7 doubles in a game. There have only been 2 teams that have had more doubles than 7 in a game this season. The Mets had 9 doubles on the 3rd of May against Atlanta. And the Giants had 8 doubles against the Twins on the 11th of June. So you get 7 doubles 3 straight games, you are raking. Two and two. Cut on and missed. Breaking ball, and Montero tags Gonzalez for the outs. 2 strikeouts in the inning for Belleville.
There's that breaking ball. 2nd strikeout. It's the angle at which that ball is coming towards home plate. He throws it from the first base side, sweeps it across the plate. Mike Bolsinger had 7 strikeouts tonight in relief in his 5 1/3 innings.
Carlos Beltran, a switch hitter.
This is what the batter's got to deal with. Steps across his body. Here comes that breaking ball, angling inside.
Gonzalez has struck out 3 times tonight. Fly ball to center, not that deep. Pilar shuffles back a few steps, makes the catch that ends the inning. Bellevue has a good inning with a couple of strikeouts. Now time for Blue Jays Central Update. Here are Jamie Campbell and Greg Zahn from the Samsung Broadcast Studio.
Your engines. James Hinchcliffe and the rest will take on the IndyCar Iowa Corn 300 on Sunday, this coming Sunday, July 9th, 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific. You can catch it on Sportsnet 360 or stream it on Sportsnet now. Let's go back upstairs.
Thank you very much, Eric. This is Tony Sipp taking over. James Hoyt had a 1-2-3 7th inning. Now the lefty Tony Sipp comes on.
The only lefty in the bullpen for the Houston Astros. Tony Sipp has been in the big leagues a long time. He was originally a draft pick of the Indians, the 45th round back in 2004.
Sipp throws a first pitch breaking ball to the catcher, Miguel Montero. Montero has flied out twice to left field. Blue Jays came into this game winners of 3 straight. It's going to come to an end tonight. They won the last 2 games in New York, the first game of this 4-game series last night.
Sipp had a little bit more life on his fastball when he was a younger player. Now he's mixing it up just a little bit more. Good changeup. And then the only lefty that they have in the pen, they've got some arms down in that bullpen.
Montero strikes out. That's the first out of the bottom of the 8th. Hoyt had a strikeout in his inning of work. Now Sipp has picked up a strikeout. First batter he faces here in the 8th.
The Jays haven't had a hit since the 5th inning. That Tulowitzki home run.
Well, last night things looked so promising with the Blue Jays pounding out 13 hits. Russell Martin had an opposite field home run, part of a 3-hit game. And tonight, Charlie Morton really stifled the offense. Brett Strom, the pitching coach for the Astros, checking in with the bullpen. Fly ball down the right side. That's going to slice out of play. Oh, and 2 to Pilar. Back-to-back strikeouts for Sipp here in the 8th. Pilar goes down swinging.
Been in the big leagues since 2009. Came up with the Indians, and he knows how to take the sting out of the bat. That's a backdoor breaking ball that just falls off the table for the strikeout. Not a real big guy, but he knows how to pitch.
Owens hits a high fly down the left side as Aoki runs out of room. The left fielder up against the wall. Goins is 0 for 2, a fly out and a pop-up. We'll be right back here tomorrow afternoon. Marcus Stroman will go up against Mike Fiers. Stroman 8-5, Fires at 5-3. That's his Martez, the right-hander. One ball, 2 strikes to Ryan Goins. Jays will have to regroup tomorrow quickly. They managed just 4 hits tonight. Tulowitzki with 2 hits. Pierce has a single. And Josh Donaldson single in his first at bat.
Same type of pitcher tomorrow. Mike Fiers as they got tonight, and Charlie Morton. Big right-hander.
Donaldson 1 for 2 with a walk. Tulowitzki's had 3 multi-hit games in his last 4 games. Two balls and 2 strikes, 2 outs from the bottom of the 8th. Houston leads it 12-1. And how to hit the Blue Jays 14-4.
That bat, Sip trying to finish him off. Ryan had a double in the game yesterday to drive in a run.
Popped up behind home. Gaddis makes the catch, and that ends the inning. The Blue Jays are done in the bottom of the 8th inning. We'll go to the 9th. It's all Houston on this Friday night at Rogers Center. Welcome back to Rogers Center. We have moved to the 9th. Jeff Beliveau stays into the game. He had a good inning last inning. A couple of strikeouts. He gave up a double and nothing more. So it'll be the catcher, Evan Gaddis. He's had a productive night. Gaddis is 2 for 3. An RBI double and a solo home run.
We were in New York before this series here, and you had a chance to talk to Joe Girardi, who had just played this Houston team.
Yeah, he said it's a relentless lineup, and we have seen that tonight.
That's the feeling I get from this team, that they're relentless every inning. They're just coming after you. No quit in this team. Even when they're up 12-1, Correa last inning, legging out a ground ball for a double.
That is hits hit into the air in center. Pilar moves over and makes the catch. One out. Yeah, you're right. And I think that effort by Correa in the 8th inning speaks volumes about what A.J. Hinch has done about the culture of this Houston Astros team. It's 12-1. Correa hits a ground ball off the shortstop's glove and hustles out of the box and gets the double. You do that in lopsided games, whether you're up or down, and that'll carry you well through the tough games and the tough innings.
You know, and there's nothing wrong with that. You know, you're not showing anybody up or anything like that. That's happened before. You know, in lopsided games like this, the third base coach might hold a guy at third base so you're not running up the score, but you got a chance to hustle. I think that's different.
Yeah, oh, absolutely it's different. Yeah, I agree with you. You don't want to run up the score. Base hit, you might stop a guy at third, but boy, when you come out of the box, you got to play it the right way.
You know, you can't play the game where you turn it on and off. You either play it one way and you play it hard. You can't go hard one time and then turn the switch off and not play hard. And that's part of the culture of teams that play the game the right way.
Ball misses up and away. We mentioned the hustle of Correa in the 8th, and Alex Bregman, who's at the plate now, he had the same type of double. Hustling out of the box in the 5th inning. A leadoff double. Breaking ball missed outside. It's now 3-1. But by Bregman hustling out of the box with a leadoff double, he moved to third on the ground out by Aoki and scored on the sac fly. Your teammates appreciate that effort.
You know who appreciated the effort? Was the guy who ended up with the RBI. He had the double and Aoki grounded a ball to the right side. It was 9-0 at the time. Grounded a ball to the right side to move him to third base. George Springer capped off a great night with a sac fly to drive in one of 5 runs.
Second time Springer's had 5 ribbies in a game this season. Lined into center. Pilar is there, and another ball. Gets Bregman 2 away. Beliveau with 2 outs here in the 9th. It's sharply, but right to Goins, and Beliveau 3 up, 3 down in the top of the 9th. Top of the order when we come back. Carrera, Donaldson, and Smoke.
on Sportsnet. Presented by Honda Side-by-Sides. For your love of the off-road experience.
Friday night in Toronto, the roof has been closed all game long. New pitcher in for Houston will be the big right-hander. Francis Martez, just his 6th game of the season.
He's had 4 starts. Big right-hander in 5 games. Has struck out 23 batters in 21 and a third inning. He had a start against the Yankees where his manager, A.J. Hinch, called it his finest start as a major leaguer. A big fireballer came over from the Marlins with Jake Marisnick a couple of seasons ago. Fastball, hard breaking ball, where he gets a lot of his strikeouts. He was the #1 prospect in the Astros farm system this spring.
He is 21 years old. He's from the Dominican Republic. A hard thrower, as Pat mentioned. Well, we just saw Aaron Judge tie Joe DiMaggio with 29 home runs for the Yankee rookie record. Now he stands alone.
He break it tonight.
He hit his 30th home run tonight. Halfway through the season.
There isn't a ballpark that can hold that guy. These fly balls are normal people's. Well, his home runs are just fly balls at normal people that they catch. It's a lot of carry.
Judge, a 5th inning home run. Number 34 of the season. Judge now has 66 RBIs. Yankees have a 4-2 lead. There's a deep drive to right. Carrera has just knocked it out of the ballpark. Ezequiel Carrera, in his only plate appearance, connects for his 6th home run of the season.
Well, I don't know if he's working on his breaking ball, but it's 12-1. It's 3-2 the leadoff batter in the 9th inning. He throws him a 3-2 breaking ball. He throws 100 miles an hour with his heater. And you know Zeke's going to take advantage of that.
Six home runs for Carrera, a breaking ball.
3-2, speeds up his bat, and Zeke catches it out in front for the home run.
Great sound off the bat as Carrera goes deep here in the 9th. Blue Jays 2 runs on 2 solo home runs.
He had some nice separation, if you will, with his hands, just waiting back on that breaking ball. Timed it up.
.96 with the heater. With that home run, Carrera has tied his career high at 6 home runs last season. And that was his 6th home run here in the 9th.
Coming in as a replacement, getting your 1 at bat and making it count. Blue Jays have a couple of home runs tonight.
It's a high pop-up behind shortstop. Correa waiting on it, and Donaldson is retired. 1 out. Now for a preview of what's coming up on Sportsnet Central. Here's Jackie Redmond and Carly Agro. Thank you very much, ladies. That's all coming up right after this ball game, so make sure you stay tuned and check it out. Justin Smoak is 0 for 3. 23 homers, 55 RBIs for Smoak, and look at that on-base percentage at 361.
Just keep climbing, getting closer to that career high in RBIs too. Just 4 off of that.
Halfway through the season. Three and one now. As Smoak had 59 ribbies his first season here with the Blue Jays. It was really a very productive season. He only had 296 at-bats.
That's how many he has right now standing at the plate. 296.
Three and two, 1 out. We're in the bottom of the ninth. A breaking ball, and Smoak strikes out. Not too many times that Smoak has walked back to the dugout without a hit. He has had some first half to his season.
Another 3-2 breaking ball. This time he bends it underneath the bat to pick up the strikeout. Jeff Luhnow was talking in spring training. He said he could follow the path. Martes could follow the path of Lance McCullers, starting out in the minor leagues and getting his act together. Pitch out of the bullpen just a little bit. Get a call up to the big leagues. He's got a bright future. He's got a great arm.
He went around.
He won't turn 22 until November.
November 24th. And boy, that's a promising future indeed. He began his career, as Pat mentioned, with the Marlins as a 17-year-old. Pitched in the Dominican Summer League. And he was racking up strikeouts as a 17-year-old. Morales with an opposite field base hit. There's that breaking ball. It's up, and he slices it to left.
Just the 6th hit for the Blue Jays tonight against the Astros pitching. Tomorrow they get Mike Fiers. And the Blue Jays get Marcus Stroman.
Stroman left his last outing after 5 innings with a hot spot on his middle finger of his pitching hand. And he says he's good to go. I saw it, talked to him today, and looked at it. It looked like it was okay. Looked like it was fine. He's confident it's going to be all right. Let's keep your fingers crossed, if you will. Steve Pearce, 1 for 3. .97 miles an hour.
Pretty good fastball. And it looks like he can throw it with ease. Again, this last game he had a start against the Yankees. He allowed just 2 runs through 89 pitches. That was against the Yankees. 5+ innings.
A breaking ball. Pierce strikes out, and that's the ball game. Houston in a lap for 12-2. They even the series at a game apiece. Up and down the order, they had big nights. George Springer set the tone, a 2-homer night, and he was 4 for 4. We'll see you tomorrow afternoon. Thanks for watching. Stay tuned. Here's Sportsnet Central.